Clearance, good morning. Singapore 5267, ready for pushback at Charlie 2.
FedEx 90254, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Singapore 5267, cleared for pushback. Brookground, Singapore 5267, ready to taxi. Singapore 5267, taxi to runway 34 left. Brook Tower, good morning. Malaysian 7446 is on approach.
Brook clearance, good morning. Jet Connect 5897, ready for pushback at Alpha 2.
Malaysian 7446, clear to land runway 34 right.
Jet Connect 5897, cleared for pushback.
Brookground FedEx 90254, taxi to the gates.
Brookground Jet Connect 5897, ready to taxi. Jet Connect 5897, taxi to runway 34 left.
FedEx 90254, taxi to gate Charlie 2.
Brook Tower, Singapore 5267, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Singapore 5267, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 6524, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Jordanian 7959, cleared for pushback. Brook ground, Malaysian 7446, requesting taxi to the gates. Brook ground, Jordanian 7959, ready to taxi. Jordanian 7959, taxi to runway 34 left. Malaysian 7446, taxi to gate Alpha 2.
Brook clearance. Good morning, Qatari 8009, ready for pushback at Bravo 9. Brook Tower, Jet Connect 5897, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brooktown. Good morning. United 1234 is on approach. United 1234 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Jet Connect 5897 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Qatari 8009 cleared for pushback.
Brookground Lufthansa 6524 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brookground Qatari 8009 ready to taxi. Qatari 8009 taxi to runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 6524 taxi to gate Alpha 3.
Brook clearance. Good morning. DHL 2689 ready for pushback at Charlie 3.
Brook Tower. Good morning. Lufthansa 9640 is on approach.
Brook Tower Jordanian 7959 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 9640 cleared to land runway 34 right.
DHL 2689 cleared for pushback.
Jordanian 7959 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookground United 1234 taxi to the gates.
Brook Ground DHL 2689 ready to taxi. DHL 2689 taxi to runway 34 left.
United 1234 taxi to gate Bravo 9.
Brook clearance, good morning Turkish 939er ready for pushback at Bravo 3. Turkish 939er cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower Qatari 8009 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground Turkish 939er ready to taxi. Turkish 939er taxi to runway 34 left.
Qatari 8009 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground Lufthansa 9640 taxi to the gates. Lufthansa 9640 taxi to gate Charlie 3. Brook clearance. Good morning. Avianca 6455 ready for pushback at Alpha 5. Avianca 6455 cleared for pushback. Brook Tower. Good morning. Globe 8486 is on approach.
Brook Tower DHL 2689 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground Avianca 6455 ready to taxi. Avianca 6455 taxi to runway 34 left. Globe 8486 cleared to land runway 34 right.
DHL 2689 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Turkish 9er 9er, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Turkish 9er 9er, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Wiz 3089er cleared for pushback.
Brooklyn, will 8486, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brooktown, good morning. Japan Air 2004 is on approach.
Brook clearance, good morning. Edelweiss 7045, ready for pushback at Bravo 8.
Brook ground, Wiz 3089er, ready to taxi.
Japan Air 2004 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Wiz 3089er, taxi to runway 34 left.
Will 8486, taxi to gate Bravo 3.
Edelweiss 7045, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Avionka 6455, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Edelweiss 7045, ready to taxi.
Avionka 6455, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Edelweiss 7045, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, good morning. Spirit 1569, ready for pushback at Bravo 4.
Brook Tower, good morning. Terran 90676 is on approach. Tarum 90676 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Spirit 1569 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Woods 3089 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Japan Air 2004, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good morning. Delta 4552 is on approach.
Brook clearance, good morning. Avianca 6939, ready for pushback at Bravo 6.
Brook Ground, Spirit 1569 ready to taxi. Spirit 1569 taxi to runway 34 left.
Delta 4552 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Japan Air 2004, taxi to gate Bravo 4.
Brook Tower, good morning. Lufthansa 7278 is on approach. Lufthansa 7278 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Avianca 6939, cleared for pushback.
Wiz 3089 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Edelweiss 7045, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Tarum 90676 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, good morning. Cebu 6889 ready for pushback at Alpha 4.
Brook Ground, Avianca 6939, ready to taxi.
Tarum 90676 taxi to gate Alpha 5. Terran 90676, hold position.
Cebu 6889 cleared for pushback.
Brookground Delta 4552 taxi to the gates.
Brookground Cebu 6889 ready to taxi. Cebu 6889 taxi to runway 34 left.
Terran 90676, continue taxi.
Brook clearance. Good morning, Swiss 1829 ready for pushback at Bravo 10.
Avianca 6939 taxi to runway 34 left.
Delta 4552 taxi to gate Bravo 6.
Edelweiss 7045 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookground Lufthansa 7278, taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good morning. Virgin 6068 is on approach.
Brook Tower Spirit 1569 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Virgin 6068 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Spirit 1569 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 7278, taxi to gate Bravo 7.
Swiss 1829 cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance, good morning. Azul 4627, ready for pushback at Bravo 1.
Brook Tower, good morning. Jet Connect 1512 is on approach. Brook Tower, Avianca 6939 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Swiss 1829, taxi to runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 7278, hold position.
Avianca 6939, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Jet Connect 1512, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, good morning. Volaris 1506, mayday, mayday, mayday. Brook clearance, good morning. 1129, ready for push back at Bravo 5.
Lufthansa 7278, continue taxi.
Hotel Seagull 6889, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brooksvalley, bridging 6068, taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, good morning. UPS 5019, ready for pushback at Charlie 1.
Bridging 6068, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Brown, Jet Connect 1512, requesting taxi to the gates.
Bridging 6068, taxi to gate Bravo 8.
Jet Connect 1512, taxi to gate Alpha 4.
Brook clearance. Good morning. Atlas Air 9887 ready for pushback at Charlie 4.
Brook clearance. Good morning. Air Transat 2877 ready for pushback at Bravo 2.
Seagull 68 H9 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance. FedEx 9255 ready for pushback at Charlie 2.
Brook Tower Swiss 1829 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Good morning. Berlin 2328 is on approach.
Brook clearance. Good morning. Flight B 90187 ready for pushback at Alpha 1.
Berlin 2328 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Type 1129 cleared for pushback.
Air Transat 2877 cleared for pushback.
Azul 4627 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good morning. KLM 8748 is on approach.
Brook ground, type 1129, ready to taxi.
Brook ground, Azure 4627, ready to taxi.
Brooksvalley Air Traffic 2877, ready to taxi.
KLM 8748 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Azure 4627, taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Transat 2877, taxi to runway 34 left.
Type 1129, taxi to runway 34 left.
Fly B 90187, cleared for pushback.
Atlas Air 90887 cleared for pushback.
FedEx 90255, cleared for pushback. Brook Tower, good morning. KLM 3886 is on approach.
UPS 5019 cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance, Malaysian 7447, ready for pushback at Alpha 2.
Brook ground, fly B 90187, ready to taxi.
Brook ground, Atlas Air 90887 ready to taxi.
Brook ground, FedEx 90255, ready to taxi. KLM 3886, cleared to land runway 34 right.
UPS 5019 taxi to runway 34 left.
FedEx 90255, taxi to runway 34 left.
Atlas Air 90887 taxi to runway 34 left.
Fly B 90187, taxi to runway 34 left.
Malaysian 7447, cleared for pushback.
Brook ground, Berlin 2328, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good morning. Swiss 4376 is on approach. Swiss 4376, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Malaysian 7447, taxi to runway 34 left.
Berlin 2328, taxi to gate Alpha 1.
Swiss 1829, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Lufthansa 6525 ready for pushback at Alpha 3. Brook Tower. Good morning. Oceana 9774 is on approach. Oceana 9774 clear to land runway 34 right. KLM 8748 taxi to gate Charlie 1.
Brook Tower, Azor 4627, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 6525 cleared for pushback.
KLM 3886, taxi to gate Bravo 10. Azor 4627, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Air Transat 2877, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Lufthansa 6525, ready to taxi.
Air Transat 2877, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Colpa 2908 clear to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, UPS 5019 ready for takeoff runway 34 left. UPS 5019 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, type 1129, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookbound Smiths 4376, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, United 1235, ready for pushback at Bravo 9.
Type 1129 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good morning. Azure 2846 is on approach. Azure 2846 clear to land runway 34 right.
Lufthansa 6525 taxi to runway 34 left.
Swiss 4376, taxi to gate Alpha 2.
Brook Tower, FedEx 9255, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. FedEx 9255, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Fly B 90187, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Brook clearance, Lufthansa 9641, ready for pushback at Charlie 3.
Brook Ground, Oceana 9774 taxi to the gates.
Fly B 90187, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Lufthansa 9641, cleared for pushback.
Oceana 9774 taxi to gate Charlie 2.
Brook Tower, Atlas Air 9887 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good morning. Eric 8984 is on approach.
Atlas Air 90887 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Malaysian 7447, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Lufthansa 90641, ready to taxi.
Eric 89er84 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Malaysian 7447, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 90641, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Colpa 29er08 requesting taxi to the gates. Colpa 29er08 taxi to gate Alpha 3.
Brook Tower. Good morning. Atlas Air 7678 is on approach.
United 1235, cleared for pushback.
Brook ground, Azure 2846 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower. Good morning. Hazel 8980 is on approach. Brook ground, United 1235, ready to taxi.
Atlas Air 7678 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Hazel 8980, cleared to land runway 34 right. United 1235, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Lufthansa 6525, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Lufthansa 6525, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Azure 2846 taxi to gate Bravo 1.
Brook ground, Eric 8984 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Lufthansa 90641, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Eric 89er84 taxi to gate Bravo 2.
Lufthansa 90641, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower. Good morning. Alaska 1782 is on approach. Brook Ground. Atlas Air 7678 taxi to the gates. Alaska 1782 clear to land runway 34 right. Atlas Air 7678 taxi to gate Charlie 3.
Brook Tower. Good morning. Emirates 1526 is on approach. Emirates 1526 clear to land runway 34 right.
United 1235 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance. Low 8487 ready for pushback at Bravo 3.
Brook Ground, Hazel 8980 requesting taxi to the gates. Brook clearance, Japan Air 2005 ready for pushback at Bravo 4.
Approach. Easy 8970 clear to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower. Good morning. Team 11904 is on approach.
Brook Ground, Alaska 1782 taxi to the gates.
Team 11904 clear to land runway 34 right.
Japan Air 2005 cleared for pushback.
World 8487 cleared for pushback.
Brook Ground, Emirates 1526, taxi to the gates.
Alaska 1782 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Ground, Japan Air 2005, ready to taxi.
World 8487 taxi to runway 34 left.
Japan Air 2005, taxi to runway 34 left.
Alaska 1782 taxi to gate Bravo 3. Alaska 1782 hold position.
Lufthansa 8552 clear to land runway 34 right.
Emirates 1526, taxi to gate Bravo 4.
Brook clearance, Terram 90677, ready for pushback at Alpha 5.
Brook Ground, Easy 8970 taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, Delta 4553 ready for pushback at Bravo 6.
Brook Tower, good morning. Korean 5248 is on approach. Korean 5248 clear to land runway 34 right.
Terram 90677, cleared for pushback.
Alaska 1782 continue taxi. Easy 8970 taxi to gate Bravo 5.
Delta 4553 cleared for pushback.
Brook Ground, Team 11904, taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, Lufthansa 7279 ready for pushback at Bravo 7.
Terram 90677, taxi to runway 34 left.
Azle 8980, taxi to gate Alpha 5.
Brook Ground, Delta 4553 ready to taxi.
Team 11904, requesting taxi to the gates.
Delta 4553, taxi to runway 34 left.
Team 11904, taxi to gate Bravo 6.
Brook ground, Lufthansa 8552, taxi to the gates.
Lufthansa 7279er cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, World 8487, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Korean 5248, taxi to the gates. Lufthansa 8552, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook ground, Lufthansa 7279er ready to taxi. Lufthansa 7279er hand position. Lufthansa 7279er continue taxi.
Lufthansa 8552, taxi to gate Bravo 7. Korean 5248, taxi to gate Charlie 4.
World 8487, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Jet Connect 1513, ready for pushback at Alpha 4. Brook Tower, Japan Air 2005, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Japan Air 2005, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Delta 4553, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Delta 4553, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Jet Connect 1513, cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance Virgin 6069er, ready for pushback at Bravo 8.
Brook Tower, Terram 90677, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Terram 90677, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good morning. Lion Inter 3724 is on approach.
Brook Ground, Jet Connect 1513, ready to taxi.
Lion Inter 3724, clear to land runway 34 right.
Jet Connect 1513, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Lufthansa 7279, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Lufthansa 7279, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Springbok 7566, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Virgin 6069er, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good morning. Air Algeria 3188 is on approach.
Brookground, Virgin 6069er, ready to taxi.
Air Algeria 3188, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Virgin 6069er, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Lion Inter 3724 requesting taxi to the gates. Lion Inter 3724 taxi to gate Bravo 8.
Brooktown, good morning. Trans North 2742 is on approach.
Brook clearance, Berlin 2329, ready for pushback Alpha 1.
Brook clearance KLM 8749 ready for pushback at Charlie 1.
Jet Connect 1513 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Trans North 2742 cleared to land runway 34 right.
KLM 8749 cleared for pushback.
Berlin 2329 cleared for pushback.
Brook ground, Springbok 7566 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Airport Portugal 6368 is on approach. Brookland, Berlin 2329, ready to taxi. Berlin 2329, taxi to runway 34 left. Air Portugal 6368, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook ground KLM 8749 ready to taxi.
Brook ground, Air Algeria 3188, taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Virgin 6069 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Kenya 4554 is on approach. Kenya 4554 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook clearance, KLM 3887, ready for pushback at Bravo 10.
KLM 8749 taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Algeria 3188, taxi to gate Alpha 1.
Springbok 7566 taxi to gate Bravo 9. Brook ground, Trans North 2742 taxi to the gates. Trans North 2742 taxi to gate Charlie 1.
KLM 3887, cleared for pushback.
Virgin 6069 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
KLM 3887, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Swiss 4377, ready for pushback at Alpha 2.
Brook ground, Air Portugal 6368, requesting taxi to the gates.
Colpa 2909er cleared for pushback.
Swiss 4377, cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance, Oceana 9775, ready for pushback at Jolly 2. Brook Tower, KLM 8749, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Colpa 2909er ready to taxi.
Swiss 4377, taxi to runway 34 left.
Colpa 2909er taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Kenya 4554, taxi to the gates.
Air Portugal 6368, taxi to gate Alpha 2.
KLM 8749, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Kenya 4554, taxi to gate Alpha 2.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Martin Air 9420 is on approach.
Brook Tower, Berlin 2329, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Martin Air 9420 clear to land runway 34 right.
Berlin 2329, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Oceana 9775, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Azerbaijan 4908 is on approach.
Brook Tower, KLM 3887, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook One, Oceana 9775, ready to taxi. Oceana 9775, taxi to runway 34 left.
Azerbaijan 4908 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Ground, Martin Air 90420, taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, Atlas Air 7679, ready for pushback at Charlie 3.
Brook clearance, Azure 2847, ready for pushback at Bravo 1.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Virgin 2144 is on approach. Virgin 2144 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Martin Air 90420, taxi to gate Charlie 1.
KLM 3887, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Swiss 4377, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Swiss 4377, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Brook Ground, Azerbaijan 4908, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Kolpa 2909, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Good afternoon, Springbok 7566 is on approach. Springbok 7566 clear to land runway 34 right.
Kolpa 2909, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Atlas Air 7679, cleared for pushback.
Azerbaijan 4908, taxi to gate Bravo 9er.
Eric 8985, cleared for pushback.
Azure 2847, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Oceana 9775, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Brook Ground, Atlas Air 7679, ready to taxi.
Brook Ground, Eric 8985, ready to taxi.
Brook Ground, Azure 2847, ready to taxi. Azure 2847, taxi to runway 34 left.
Eric 8985, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Singapore 2482 is on approach.
ready for pushback at Bravo 4.
Singapore 2482 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Atlas Air 7679 taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Virgin 2144, taxi to the gates.
Oceania 9775 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Book clearance, Alaska 1783, ready to push back runway 3.
Virgin 2144, requesting taxi to the gates.
Lufthansa 5188 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook clearance, Hazel 8981, ready for pushback at Alpha 5.
Book clearance easy 8971 ready for pushback at Bravo 5.
Brooktown, good afternoon. Virgin 7464 is on approach. Virgin 7464, cleared to land runway 34 right. Virgin 2144, taxi to gate Bravo 10.
Brook clearance team 11905 ready for pushback at Bravo 6.
Springbok 7566 taxi to gate Bravo 1.
Easy 8971 cleared for pushback.
Emirates 1527 cleared for pushback.
Alaska 1783 cleared for pushback.
Brook Ground, Singapore 2482 taxi to the gates.
Brooktown, good afternoon. Terram 5664 is on approach.
Brooktown Atlas Air 7679 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Emirates 1527, ready to taxi.
Brook Ground, Easy 8971, ready to taxi.
Singapore 2482, requesting taxi to the gates.
Springbok 7566, hold position.
Terram 5664, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Ground, Alaska 1783, ready to taxi.
Brook Tower, good afternoon, Azores 3484, Mayday Mayday Mayday.
Singapore 2482, hold position.
Alaska 1783, taxi to runway 34, left.
Emirates 1527, taxi to runway 34, left.
Easy 8971, taxi to runway 34, left.
Brook Ground, Lufthansa 5188, taxi to the gates.
Brook Ground, Virgin 7464, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance Lufthansa 8553, ready for pushback at Bravo 7.
Springbok 7566, continue taxi.
Singapore 2482, continue taxi.
Virgin 7464, taxi to gate Alpha 4.
Lufthansa 5188, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Ground, Terram 5664, taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance Korean 5249er, ready for pushback at Charlie 4.
Lufthansa 5188 taxi to gate Bravo 3.
Terra 5664 requesting taxi to the gates. Hazel 8981 cleared for pushback.
Atlas Air 7679 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Azure 2847, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Azure 2847 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Eric 8985, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Hazel 8981 ready to taxi. Hazel 8981 taxi to runway 34 left.
Eric 8985 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Etihad 2480 is on approach.
Brook Tower, Alaska 1783 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Etihad 2480 clear to land runway 34 right.
Korean 5249er cleared for pushback.
Alaska 1783 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Tehran 5664 taxi to gate Alpha 5.
Brook clearance Air Algeria 3189er ready for pushback at Alpha 1.
Brook Tower, Emirates 1527, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Germania 2252 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Emirates 1527, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower Easy 8971 ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Easy 8971 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance Lion Inter 3725 ready for pushback at Bravo 8.
Brook ground Korean 5249er ready to taxi.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Oceana 7920 is on approach. Oceana 7920 clear to land runway 34 right.
Korean 5249er taxi to runway 34 left.
Lion Inter 3725 cleared for pushback.
Lufthansa 8553 cleared for pushback.
Team 11905 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Aviorca 3750 is on approach.
Brook ground Etihad 2480 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Hazel 8981, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground Lufthansa 8553 ready to taxi.
Brook ground Lion Inter 3725 ready to taxi.
Team 11905 taxi to runway 34 left.
Lion Inter 3725 taxi to runway 34 left.
Hazel 8981 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Aviorca 3750 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Lufthansa 8553 taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Algeria 3189er cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance Kenya 4555 ready for pushback at Alpha 3.
Etihad 2480 taxi to gate Charlie 2.
Germania 2252 taxi to gate Bravo 4.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Emirates China 970 is on approach. Emirates China 970 clear to land runway 34 right.
Air Algeria 3189er taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook ground Asiana 7920 taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance Air Portugal 6369 ready for pushback at Alpha 2. Brook Tower, good afternoon. Oman 7832 is on approach. Oman 7832 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Asiana 7920 taxi to gate Bravo 5.
Brook Tower Korean 5249er ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground Aviorca 3750 taxi to the gates. Aviorca 3750 taxi to gate Bravo 6. Brook Tower, good afternoon. Transnorth 2742 is on approach. Transnorth 2742 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Air Portugal 6369 cleared for pushback.
Kenya 4555 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Delta 8852 is on approach.
Brook Ground, Emirates Unliner 70, taxi to the gates.
Brookground, Air Portugal 6369, ready to taxi.
Brook Ground, Kenya 4555, ready to taxi.
Delta 8852, clear to land runway 34, right.
Kenya 4555, taxi to runway 34, left.
Air Portugal 6369, taxi to runway 34, left.
Emirates Unliner 70, taxi to gate Charlie 3.
Korean 5249er cleared for takeoff runway 34, left.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Lioniter 8156 is on approach.
Team 11905 cleared for takeoff runway 34, left.
Brookground, Oman 7832, taxi to the gates.
Lufthansa 8553 ready for takeoff runway 34, left.
Lioniter 8156 cleared to land runway 34, right.
Lufthansa 8553 cleared for takeoff runway 34, left.
Alaska 7352, cleared to land runway 34, right.
Brook clearance Martin Air 90421 ready for pushback at Charlie 1.
Oman at 7832, taxi to gate Bravo 7.
Lioniter 3725 cleared for takeoff runway 34, left.
Brook Tower, Air Algeria 3189er ready for takeoff runway 34, left.
Brooklyn, Transnor 2742 taxi to the gates.
Air Algeria 3189er cleared for takeoff runway 34, left.
Transnor 2742 taxi to gate Charlie 4.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Ethiopian 2118 is on approach. Ethiopian 2118 clear to land runway 34, right.
Martin Air 90421 cleared for pushback.
Brook Ground, Delta 8852 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. New Zealand 2638 is on approach. Brook Ground, Martin Air 90421 ready to taxi. New Zealand 2638 clear to land runway 34 right. Martin Air 90421 taxi to runway 34 left.
Delta 8852 taxi to gate Alpha 1.
Brook Tower, Air Portugal 6369 ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Air Portugal 6369 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Unedited 8156 taxi to gate Alpha 2.
Brook Tower, Kenya 4555 ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Kenya 4555 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Alaska 7352 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, Azerbaijan 4909 ready for pushback at Bravo 9er.
Alaska 7352 taxi to gate Alpha 3.
Brook Ground, Ethiopian 2118 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Martin Air 90421 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Ethiopian 2118 taxi to gate Charlie 1.
Martin Air 90421 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Zealand 2638 taxi to gate Bravo 8.
Brook clearance, Virgin 2145, ready for pushback at Bravo 10. Virgin 2145, cleared for pushback.
Azerbaijan 4909er, cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance, Springbok 7567, ready for pushback at Bravo 1.
Brook ground, Virgin 2145, ready to taxi.
Azerbaijan 4909er, taxi to runway 34 left.
Virgin 2145, taxi to runway 34 left.
New Zealand 2638 hold position.
Springbok 7567, cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance, Singapore 2483, ready for pushback at Bravo 2.
Brook clearance, Virgin 7465, ready for pushback at Alpha 4.
Brook ground, Springbok 7567, ready to taxi. Springbok 7567, taxi to runway 34 left.
New Zealand 2638 continue taxi.
Singapore 2483, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon, Malaysian 6496 is on approach.
Brook Ground, Singapore 2483, ready to taxi.
Malaysian 6496, clear to land runway 34 right.
Singapore 2483, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook clearance Lufthansa 5189er, ready for pushback at Bravo 3.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Boliviana 3080 is on approach.
Virgin 7465, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Azerbaijan 49er, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Boliviana 3080, clear to land runway 34 right.
Virgin 7465, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Emirates 4060 is on approach. Emirates 4060, clear to land runway 34 right.
Lufthansa 5189er, cleared for pushback.
Azerbaijan 4909, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Virgin 2145, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Malaysian 6496, taxi to the gates. Brook Tower, good afternoon. Korean 3506 is on approach.
Brook ground Lufthansa 5189er, ready to taxi.
Korean 3506, clear to land runway 34 right.
Lufthansa 5189er, taxi to runway 34 left.
Malaysian 6496, taxi to gate Bravo 9.
Brook clearance, Terram 5665, ready for pushback at Alpha 5.
Brook ground, Boliviana 3080, requesting taxi to the gates. Boliviana 3080, taxi to gate Alpha 4.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Oman Air 7374 is on approach. Oman Air 7374 cleared to land runway 34 right. Tehran 5665 cleared for pushback. Virgin 2145 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Emirates 4060, taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Springbok 7567, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Springbok 7567, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Tehran 5665, ready for taxi.
Brook Tower, Singapore 2483, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Emirates 4060, requesting taxi to the gates. Emirates 4060, taxi to gate Bravo 10.
Brook Ground, Korean 3506, requesting taxi to the gates.
Tehran 5665 taxi to runway 34 left.
Korean 3506, taxi to gate Alpha 5.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Ryanair 2230 is on approach.
Singapore 2483, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Ryanair 2230, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, Virgin 7465, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Brook Ground, Oman Air 7374, requesting taxi to the gates. Virgin 7465, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. Oman Air 7374, taxi to gate Bravo 1.
Brook Tower, Lufthansa 5189, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Good clearance. Etihad 2481 ready for pushback at Charlie 2.
Book clearance, Dania 2253, ready to push back at Bravo 4.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Iberia 90584 is on approach.
Good clearance. Asiana 7921 ready for pushback at Bravo 5.
Book ground, Ryanair 2230 requesting taxi to the gates.
Iberia 90584 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Ryanair 2230 taxi to gate Bravo 2.
Lufthansa 5189er cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brooktown, Terra 5665, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Terra 5665, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Asiana 7921 cleared for pushback.
Germania 22 cleared for pushback.
Brook ground, Asiana 7921 ready to taxi.
Book ground, Germania 2253 ready to taxi. Germania 2253 taxi to runway 34 left.
Asiana 7921 taxi to runway 34 left.
Brookland, Iberia 90584 requesting taxi to the gates. Iberia 90584 taxi to gate Bravo 3.
Etihad 2481 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Eva 2652 is on approach.
Brook clearance Emirates China 971 ready for pushback with Charlie 3. Brook ground Etihad 2481 ready to taxi.
Eva 2652 clear to land runway 34 right.
Etihad 2481 taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook clearance Oman 7833 ready for pushback at Bravo 7.
Emirates China 971 cleared for pushback.
Aviorca 3751 cleared for pushback.
Oman 7833 cleared for pushback. Brook Tower, good afternoon. Oman 7606 is on approach.
Brook ground Emirates China 971 ready to taxi.
Brook clearance Delta 8853 ready for pushback at Alpha 1.
Brook ground Aviorca 3751 ready to taxi.
Oman 7606 cleared to land runway 34 right. Oman 7833 taxi to runway 34 left.
Aviorca 3751 taxi to runway 34 left.
Emirates China 971 taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook clearance Transnorth 2743 ready for pushback at Charlie 4.
Delta 8853 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. FedEx 3468 is on approach.
Brook ground Delta 8853 ready to taxi. Delta 8853 taxi to runway 34 left.
FedEx 3468 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Transnorth 2743 cleared for pushback. Brook clearance Lioniter 8157 ready for pushback at Alpha 2.
Brook Tower Etihad 2481 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground Eva 2652 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Layton 1188 is on approach.
Brookground, Transnorth 2743, ready to taxi. Transnorth 2743, taxi to runway 34, left.
Latham 1188, clear to land runway 34 right.
Eva 2652, taxi to gate Charlie 2.
Brookground, Oman 7606, requesting taxi to the gates. Oman 7606, taxi to gate Alpha 1.
Etihad 2481, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lion-Iter 8157, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Germania 2253, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Germania 2253, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Alaska 7353, ready for pushback at Alpha 3.
Brook Tower, Asiana 7921, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookground, Lion-Iter 8157, ready to taxi.
Asiana 7921, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Finna 3684, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, Aviorca 3751, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Aviorca 3751, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookground, FedEx 3468, taxi to the gates.
Left. Oman 7833, liner pan wait runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. LATAM 8884 is on approach.
Brook clearance, Ethiopian 2119, ready for pushback at Charlie 1.
FedEx 3468, requesting taxi to the gates.
LATAM 8884, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Emirates 971, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Oman 7833, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Delta 8853, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookground, Latham 1188, taxi to the gates. Brook Tower, good afternoon. Lion-Iter 3878 is on approach. Lion-Iter 3878, clear to land runway 34 right.
Delta 8853, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lion Enter 8157, taxi to runway 34 left.
Alaska 7353, cleared for pushback.
FedEx 3468, taxi to gate Charlie 3.
Latham 1188, taxi to gate Bravo 4.
Transnorth 2743, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Alaska 7353, ready to taxi.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Air Transat 6500 is on approach.
Brooklyn 3684, taxi to the gates.
Air Transat 6500, clear to land runway 34 right.
Alaska 7353, taxi to runway 34 left.
Fina 3684, taxi to gate Charlie 4.
FedEx 3468, hold position.
Ethiopian 2119, cleared for pushback.
Brook clearance, New Zealand 2639, ready for pushback at Bravo 8.
Brook Ground, LATAM 8884, taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Lufthansa 3064 is on approach.
Brook Ground, Ethiopian 2119, ready to taxi.
Lufthansa 3064, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Ethiopian 2119, taxi to runway 34 left.
LATAM 8884, taxi to gate Bravo 5.
FedEx 3468, continue taxi.
Brook Ground, line enter 3878, requesting taxi to the gates. Line enter 3878, taxi to gate Alpha 2. New Zealand 2639, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good afternoon. Delta 2836 is on approach.
Brook Tower, Lion Enter 8157, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, New Zealand 2639er ready to taxi. Brook Ground, Air Transat 6500 requesting taxi to the gates.
Delta 2836 cleared to land runway 34 right.
New Zealand 2639er taxi to runway 34 left.
Lioniter 8157 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brooktown, good evening. UPS 8176 is on approach.
Air Transat 6500 taxi to gate Alpha 3.
Brook Tower, Ethiopian 2119er ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Ethiopian 2119er cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
UPS 8176 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Ground, Lufthansa 3064 requesting taxi to the gates. Brook Tower 50, LATAM 3620 is on approach. LATAM 3620 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, Alaska 7353 ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Alaska 7353 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 3064 taxi to gate Bravo 6.
Brook clearance Boliviana 3081 ready for pushback at Alpha 4.
Brook Ground, Delta 2836 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good evening. Air Transat 3826 is on approach.
Brook Tower, New Zealand 2639er ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Air Transat 3826 clear to land runway 34 right.
Delta 2836 taxi to gate Bravo 7. Brook Tower, good evening. Delta 4788 is on approach.
Brook Ground, UPS 8176 taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance Malaysian 6497 ready for pushback at Bravo 9.
Delta 4788 cleared to land runway 34 right.
New Zealand 2639er cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, LATAM 3620, requesting taxi to the gates.
UPS 8176 requesting taxi to the gates. UPS 8176 taxi to gate Charlie 1.
LATAM 3620, taxi to gate Bravo 8.
Brook clearance Emirates 4061 ready for pushback at Bravo 10.
Brook clearance Oman Air 7375 ready for pushback at Bravo 1.
Brook ground, Air Transat 3826, taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance Korean 3507 ready for pushback at Alpha 5. Korean 3507 cleared for pushback.
Boliviana 3081 cleared for pushback.
Brookland Delta 4788 requesting taxi to the gates.
Air Transat 3826, requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook ground Korean 3507 ready to taxi.
Boliviana 3081 taxi to runway 34 left.
Korean 3507 taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Transat 3826, hold position.
Brook Tower. Good evening. Lufthansa 1384 is on approach. Lufthansa 1384 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Malaysian 6497 cleared for pushback.
Emirates 4061 cleared for pushback.
Brook ground, Malaysian 6497 ready to taxi.
Emirates 4061 taxi to runway 34 left.
Malaysian 6497 taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Transat 3826, continue taxi.
Delta 4788 taxi to gate Bravo 90.
Brook clearance Ryanair 2231 ready for pushback at Bravo 2. Ryanair 2231 cleared for pushback.
Oman Air 7375 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good evening. Cebu 5386 is on approach.
Brook ground, Lufthansa 1384 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Boliviana 3081 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brookline Ryanair 2231 ready to taxi.
Oman Air 7375, taxi to runway 34 left.
Boliviana 3081 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Cebu 5386 cleared to land runway 34 right. Ryanair 2231 taxi to runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 1384 taxi to gate Bravo 8.
Brook Tower, Korean 3507 ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Korean 3507 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 1384 hold position.
Brook clearance, Iberia 90585 ready for pushback at Bravo 3.
Brook Tower, Emirates 4061 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good evening. Avianca 5412 is on approach.
Emirates 4061 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Lufthansa 1384 continue taxi.
Avianca 5412 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Iberia 90585 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good evening. Lufthansa 9406 is on approach.
Brookline Cebu 5386 taxi to the gates.
Brookline, Iberia 90585 ready to taxi.
Lufthansa 9406 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Iberia 90585 taxi to runway 34 left.
Cebu 5386 taxi to gate Bravo 10.
Brook Tower, good evening. Japan Air 4362 is on approach. Japan Air 4362 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, Oman Air 7375, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Oman Air 7375, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Ryanair 2231, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, Avianca 5412, requesting taxi to the gates. Avianca 5412, taxi to gate Alpha 5.
Ryanair 2231, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good evening. LATAM 3620 is on approach. LATAM 3620, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook clearance, Oman Air 7607, ready for pushback at Alpha 1.
Brook clearance, EVA 2653, ready for pushback at Charlie 2.
Brook Ground, Lufthansa 9406, requesting taxi to the gates.
EVA 2653, cleared for pushback.
Oman Air 7607, cleared for pushback.
Lufthansa 9406, taxi to gate Bravo 1.
Brook Ground, Japan Air 4362, taxi to the gates.
Brook Ground, Oman Air 7607, ready to taxi.
Brook Ground, EVA 2653, ready to taxi.
Brook Tower, Iberia 90585 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Alaska 90320 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Iberia 90585 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Eva 2653 taxi to runway 34 left.
Oman 7607 taxi to runway 34 left.
Japan Air 4362 requesting taxi to the gates. Japan Air 4362 taxi to gate Bravo 2.
Brookground LATAM 3620 requesting taxi to the gates. LATAM 3620 taxi to gate Bravo 3.
Brook turns Latham 1189 ready for pushback at Bravo 4.
Brook Tower, good evening. UPS 6290 is on approach.
Brook clearance FedEx 3469 ready for pushback at Charlie 3.
Brook Tower, Eva 2653 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good evening. Finnair 6578 is on approach.
Brook Ground Alaska 90320 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook turns line enter 3879 ready for pushback at Alpha 2.
Finnair 6578 cleared to land runway 34 right.
EVA 2653 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left. UPS 6290 cleared to land runway 34 right.
FedEx 3469 cleared for pushback.
Alaska 9320 taxi to gate Alpha 1.
Latham 1189 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Oman Air 7607, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance LATAM 8885 ready for pushback at Bravo 5.
Brook Tower, good evening. Etihad 4940 is on approach.
Brook ground FedEx 3469 ready to taxi.
Brook clearance, Finna 3685, ready for pushback at Charlie 4.
Latham 1189 taxi to runway 34 left. Etihad 4940 clear to land runway 34 right.
Oman Air 7607, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
FedEx 3469 taxi to runway 34 left.
Finna 3685, cleared for pushback.
LATAM 8885 cleared for pushback.
Lion Intern 3879 cleared for pushback. Brook clearance Air Transat 6501 ready for pushback at Alpha 3.
Brook Tower, good evening. Blue Panorama 5074 is on approach.
Brook ground UPS 6290 taxi to the gates.
Blue Panorama 5074 clear to land runway 34 right.
Brook ground, Lion Intern 3879 ready to taxi.
Finna 3685, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook ground LATAM 8885 ready to taxi. LATAM 8885 taxi to runway 34 left.
UPS 6290 taxi to gate Charlie 2.
Lion Intern 3879 taxi to runway 34 left. Air Transat 6501 cleared for pushback.
Brook ground Finnair 6578 taxi to the gates.
Brook ground, Air Transat 6501 ready to taxi. Air Transat 6501 taxi to runway 34 left.
Finnair 6578 taxi to gate Charlie 3.
Brook Ground Etihad 49er40 taxi to the gate. Etihad 49er40 taxi to gate Charlie 4.
Brook Tower, FedEx 3469er, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. FedEx 3469er, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Delta 2837, ready for pushback at Bravo 7.
Brook Ground, Blue Panorama 5074 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, Lufthansa 3065, ready for pushback at Bravo 6.
Brook Tower Logan 1189er, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good evening. Vietnam 44906 is on approach.
Blue Panorama 5074 taxi to gate Alpha 2.
Latham 1189er, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Vietnam 44906, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower 3685, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, UPS 8177, ready for pushback at Charlie 1. Good evening. Delta 6016 is on approach. Delta 6016, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Finna 3685, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
UPS 8177, cleared for pushback.
Delta 2837, cleared for pushback.
Lufthansa 3065, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, line enter 3879er, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
approach.
Brookground, Delta 2837, ready to taxi.
US Air 9342, clear to land runway 34 right.
Brookground, Lufthansa 3065, ready to taxi.
UPS 8177, taxi to runway 34 left.
Delta 2837, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Air Transat 3827, ready for pushback at Alpha 4.
Brook Ground, Vietnam 44906, taxi to the gates.
Lufthansa 3065, taxi to runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good evening. Air Transat 7824 is on approach. Air Transat 7824, clear to land runway 34 right.
Vietnam 44906, requesting taxi to the gates. Vietnam 44906, taxi to gate Bravo 4.
Brook Tower, good evening. FedEx 7650 is on approach.
Delta 6016, taxi to gate Bravo 5.
FedEx 7650, clear to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, good evening. Oman 90122 is on approach.
Brook Ground, US Air 9342, requesting taxi to the gates.
Oman Air 90122 cleared to land runway 34 right.
US Air 9342 taxi to gate Alpha 3.
Brook Tower, good evening. Speedboat 5042 is on approach. Speedboat 5042 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Air Transat 7824 taxi to gate Bravo 6. Line enter 3879 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance Delta 4789 ready for pushback at Bravo 9.
Air Transat 3827 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, LATAM 8885 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Line enter 3879 cancel takeoff.
Brook Ground, Air Transat 3827 ready to taxi. Air Transat 3827 taxi to runway 34 left. US Air 9342 hold position.
Brook Ground, line enter 3879 taxi to the gate.
LATAM 8885 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Ground, FedEx 7650 taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, Air Transat 6501 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
US Air 9342 continue taxi.
FedEx 7650 taxi to gate Charlie 1.
Air Transat 6501 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Delta 4789 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, UPS 8177 ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Line enter 3879 requesting taxi to the gate.
Brook Ground, Oman 90122 requesting taxi to the gates.
Brook Tower, good evening. Air Portugal 9714 is on approach.
Brook clearance Lufthansa 1385 ready for pushback at Bravo 8.
Brook Ground, Delta 4789 ready to taxi. Delta 4789 taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Portugal 9714 cleared to land runway 34 right.
UPS 8177 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, good evening. Qatari 16908 is on approach. Qatari 16908 cleared to land runway 34 right. Air Transat 7824 hold position.
Oman 90122 taxi to gate Alpha 4.
Brook Ground, Speedboat 5042 taxi to the gates.
Lufthansa 3065 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook Tower, Delta 2837, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Delta 2837, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Speedbird 5042, taxi to gate Bravo 7.
Air Transat 7824, continue taxi.
Brooktown, good evening, FA 9426 is on approach. FA 9426, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Air Transat 3827, cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Avianca 5413, cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, good evening, Shamrock 1394 is on approach.
Brook clearance, CB 5387, ready for pushback at Bravo 10.
Brookland, Air Portugal, 9714, requesting taxi to the gates.
Shamrock 1394, cleared to land runway 34 right.
Brook Tower, Delta 4789, ready for takeoff runway 34 left. Avianca 5413, taxi to runway 34 left.
Cebu 5387, cleared for pushback.
Lufthansa 1385, cleared for pushback.
Brook Ground, Coterie 1698, taxi to the gates.
Brook clearance, Lufthansa 9407, ready for pushback at Bravo 1.
Brooklyn, Cebu 5387, ready to taxi.
Lufthansa 1385, taxi to runway 34 left.
Cebu 5387, taxi to runway 34 left.
Coterie 16908 requesting taxi to the gate. Line enter 3879er, hold position.
Brookline Cafe 90426, taxi to the gates.
Delta 4789er cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Japan Air 4363, ready for pushback at Bravo 2.
Japan Air 7382 clear to land runway 34 right.
Line enter 3879er, continue taxi. Coterie 16908, hold position. Coterie 16908, taxi to gate Bravo 8.
Brook Tower, good evening. JetBlue 2222 is on approach.
Cafe 90426, taxi to gate Bravo 9.
JetBlue 2222 cleared to land runway 34 right.
Shamrock 1394, taxi to gate Bravo 10.
Brook clearance, Latin 3621, ready for pushback at Bravo 3.
Brook Tower, Avianca 5413, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook clearance, Alaska 90321, ready for pushback at Alpha 1.
Coterie 16908, continue taxi.
Alaska 931 cleared for pushback.
Aviator 5413 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.
LATAM 3621 cleared for pushback.
Japan Air 4363 cleared for pushback.
Lufthansa 9407 cleared for pushback.
Brook Tower, Lufthansa 1385, ready for takeoff runway 34 left.
Brook ground, Japan Air 7382 taxi to the gates.
Brook ground, Alaska 9321 ready to taxi.
Brook ground, LATAM 3621 ready to taxi.
Brook ground, Japan Air 4363 ready to taxi.
Lufthansa 9407 taxi to runway 34 left. Lufthansa 9407 hold position.
Japan Air 4363 taxi to runway 34 left.
LATAM 3621 taxi to runway 34 left.
Delta 4600 clear to land runway 34 right.
Brook ground, JetBlue 2222 taxi to the gates.
Alaska 9321 taxi to runway 34 left.
Air Portugal 9714 taxi to gate Alpha 1.
Japan Air 7382 requesting taxi to the gates. Lufthansa 9407 continue taxi.
Lufthansa 1385 cleared for takeoff runway 34 left.